right, welcome everybody. This is the Researching Brands Week. We're excited to have you all with us, and we are very excited to have Peter McKay with us from the U.S. Business Library. He is going to very shortly do a presentation on what's available through the U.S. Business Library, and really excited for that because a lot of the databases that U.S. has access to, a single report is like over $1,000. And so it's a wonderful, wonderful resource that we are connected with the university and that they're willing to let us use the library for this purpose. So very excited about that. I have a couple quick program announcements before I give it over to Peter. The first one is you should have all received an email from me about the marketing consultants. Did everyone get that? Okay, so I know there was a lot of information in there and it might have been a little overwhelming or intimidating, but I just want to reassure you that you don't have to have those things in place already, that they will help you and guide you through. So they'll be reaching out probably later this week or early next week with a survey. Fill that out as soon as you can, please, because that will trigger those assessment phone calls that will be with you. And then also I wanted to mention that we have Kevin Athern, who you had for Knowing Your Cost. He is going to be doing we were able to get him to do one-on-one work with you guys, developing your budgets and understanding your costs. Yes, Debbie, that's you. And other people. I know Debbie was really wanting it, so that's why I said that. Anyway, so what we need is in the chat, he's going to send some available times, but what would be helpful to him is if you guys could let us know if in general, afternoons or evenings are better for you. So if you can pick the right kinds of time slots.
Or daytime too, Katie, if anybody's available during like the morning or earlier in the daytime as well.
So if you could put that in the chat right now, that would be great. Okay. Thank you, Charity. Afternoon for Alice. Mornings for Debbie. Mornings for Jocelyn. Okay. And then, Peter, we have a few more. So JB, Wanda, and I are all the project team. So we have a few more participants that might be joining, but I'm going to go ahead at this point and hand it over to you for you to introduce yourself and do your presentation.
Well, thank you. I see that Wanda must be shy today. She's the only one that doesn't have a camera. Anyway, oh, there she is. Awesome.
There she is.
Can we start by doing like a speed round where people tell their name, where they're from, what their product is? Just, 20, 30 seconds a piece. And who would like to, well, I guess, can we go like left to right or something like that?
Sure, everyone's screen is probably a little different. So
okay.
You can,
if you want to just call. Yeah, I'll call out today. Debbie?
Hi, my name is Debbie Campbell, and I'm in Tallahassee, and I make lemon net balls.
All right. And Jocelyn?
I'm Jocelyn Lanier. I'm in Crystal River, Florida, and my product is beef jerky, Korean barbecue for this cohort.
Cool. Troy and Lincoln, is that right? Yeah, you have to unmute.
Yes, hi. Linka and I'm daughter and mom. We're in the Redland Agricultural District, southwest of Miami, and we're making hot and not hot sauce.
No? All right. Cherokee?
Hi, my name is Cherokee Booth. I am in Gainesville, Florida, working on a wheatgrass shot product.
Oh, I saw that, yeah. And I don't know if I can pronounce your name to Tavasoli or
It's-
what?
Oh, hi, it's Alice, and I'm in Apollo Beach, which is southeast of Tampa. And my product is a strawberry freeze-dried product.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You're a coordinator, JD? Okay.
Yeah, I
Uh,
work with you, so I'm not a farmer. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Is it Seta? CETTA?
Yes, yes, it is Seta. As always, I'm driving, so I apologize. I'll get someplace when I can stop in a little bit. But I hail out of Monticello, Florida. I'm working on a ginger turmeric tonic that we're looking to put to market in a little bit. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And Erica? Oh, she's still trying to connect.
It looks like she's trying to connect, and
Yeah, that's
we
fine.
should probably get her in a second.
And okay, so I have a
Oh,
couple
wait,
of questions.
Peter, I think she just connected. Do we want to,
Okay,
Erica, would you mind sharing with Peter your, oh, and then she's gone. Huh,
yeah,
Never
we
mind.
can
Go,
move on.
take it away, Peter.
It's okay, we can move on. So I have a couple of questions. One is, are you writing business plans? No? It's okay if you're not, I just need to know.
I feel like this whole process is kind of like a business plan. I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to kind of get a framework here. The other is, will you be looking for investors?
For what?
For investors, people to put money in your business?
Ooh.
I think at
I will.
some point that would be great, but this is like our first products, isn't it? Everybody's first product. So I think we gotta first make the product and get it to market before we can ask for investors, right?
Oh, sure.
I don't think we're at that point yet.
Sure. I work with a lot of, have you heard of the, what is it? The Gator Big Idea Business Plan Competition? Oh,
No, I
anyway.
have not.
Okay. Every spring, there's a competition for first to write, if these are business, they write business plans and then they have judges and everything. First prize is $25,000 to be invested in the business. So I work with a lot of those teams. A lot of their, I don't know exactly how many people enter, maybe over 200, but it drops down over the course of the semester. But there's some really good business plans. So that's sort of why I asked, because there's kind of there's a section on industry, section on market analysis. I think maybe, well, as we go along, feel free to ask questions because I don't know everything that you need. I may not have the answer, but we can talk about it. At any rate, what I'll do today is I'll show you just a few things. And then, I'll give you my contact information. I do work a lot one-on-one with people or one-on groups. So you can certainly feel free to contact me. I've got a little appointment calendar that I'll show you. So I'll stop talking for a moment. And can I share my screen?
Yes, you can. Hang on. I'm going to make you a host so that you can share your screen. And, you know, I think most of the entrepreneurs here are mostly using the research to help guide their product development and their choices when they're picking packaging or where to, you know, how to distribute, things like that. So, or who the
Sure.
best market is. So
Sure.
anyway, okay, here you go.
All right. No? Oh, here we go. Yeah, just hang on a sec. If I can find it. All right, can you see this chart?
Yes, from Statista.
Yeah. So this is, now we're not going to look at too many databases. I'll just pick out a few that are really important and probably very helpful to you. It just so happens that I was kind of playing around, seeing what I could find. And I saw the strawberry treat. Who is that? Oh, yeah. Now, see, I picked that out because that's probably something I would want. At any rate, so one of the challenges for me was, okay, so what category is this in, right? A lot of times I start out, I don't know too much about the product, the market or anything, but I do know the sources that we have. So finally I came up with confectionaries or confections. I'm not certain that's the best category, but I used Statista to get to do a search. I found this chart. Now it says seasonal candy sales, but it's not just candy. One thing, apparently these holidays are a time when there's huge sales. So there's this seasonality to it. And one of the best things about Statista is it links you to the source. And I'll just show you what this looks like. So here we have National Confectioners Association. So I guess you'll be a confection. At any rate, they do a survey. This is one thing that you'll find, just to mention, for any product line type of business, there will be associations or organizations as well as publications devoted to that. So those are often very important sources of information. So whatever your product is, you figure out what category it is. And then in this case, again, I'm not certain this is the right one, but it kind of looks on target. And so they actually do a market survey. And, you know, nice pictures and everything. I guess she's a farmer. Anyway, they tell you what they do. It's an attitudinal survey conducted by IRI, which is a survey research firm. And here's the CEO. But here's where you get some actual data. So this is the big picture, right? So this isn't looking at sales of your particular product or this little niche that you're going to be in, but it's the bigger picture, confectionery sales across the United States. They're estimating it as being, yes.
Is your screen showing the seasonal candy sales in the United States in 2019?
Oh, you can't see this?
So I think we're stuck, we have a lag or else it's not showing everything that you've
okay.
got pulled up.
Well, let me check. Huh. There we go. Well, I just happened to have that up on the screen. The point I'm trying to make is statistics really great source of statistics, but it's also like an index to organizations, companies, businesses, government agencies that produce statistics on these topics, on these markets, on these industries. And the links that it provides will often take you to very detailed information about from where that chart comes from. And in this particular case, I didn't know there was a National Confectionery Association, but I'm not surprised. Anyway, we got the survey, and if you go through it, there are a lot of details about the market. Yeah, this is kind of the big picture, but still can be helpful. Now, let me try again, see if maybe this time I'll try to share this again. Except this time we're gonna look at the business library. Can y'all see this, the business library homepage?
Yes.
Okay. This is home base. Now, it's useful to think in categories of materials. Most of the information we have come from online database. A lot of them are specialized for industries, markets, companies, tax, accounting, etc. So we're going to look at a couple of guides that kind of help you. It picks out certain databases that are relevant for industry and market research. By the way, if you want to make an appointment, it's really easy. You just hit the schedule appointment button. And then this shows my availability by day. Pick out a time, fill out the form, and it pops up in my email. So, you know, I can put it on my calendar. So those hours are set aside to work with students, faculty, whoever contacts me, really. All right, so just the easiest way to find the business library in this massive world of online resources is to go to Google. I mean, isn't that where everything starts? And type in UF Business Library. It'll be the first thing that comes up. And so I suggest that you bookmark this page, make it easy to get back to it. Like I said, we're going to look at a few databases that are usually very useful for this kind of thing. The other source, really major source, is Google. And I like to say that Google is your best friend and your worst enemy. You have to, you have to be able to distinguish the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. And you don't want to make your wheat shot out of chaff. So at any rate, we'll talk about that in a minute. Used carefully, it's an unbelievable rich resource. Now you have to keep in mind that the library pays a lot of money for these subscription databases, and in fact, we get most of them we get huge discounts because the publishers want students exposed to the database while they're in college. so they'll know about it when they move on. So you could say, well, that's paid information, okay? And obviously, for most of the resources you're going to retrieve from Google, it's not paid. You know, if they ask for money, you're not going to pay it. I wouldn't. All of this is what's called secondary research. And all that means is somebody else is actually doing the research and publishing it. So the primary is like if you went out and did a survey, interviews, focus groups, any other direct activity where you generate the data, that's primary research. Well, we don't have a research department, so we're dependent on secondary. We're lucky because at least we do have access to some of the top databases, top business databases. At any rate, so you'll see on this is the navigation menu here on the left. And we'll start with the industry research. This is actually a tutorial that kind of walks you step by step through a process of researching an industry. And first step is to try to get the full picture of an industry. Now, I don't want to get too much into technical details. I will show you an example. And then you'll see industry statistics. There's Statista. You need to update the information you have about an industry using current news and articles. Here are some of the databases you can use. You need to research the competition. So again, these are some of the databases we have for researching companies. And finally, here's our friend Google. And I will explain what the craft test is before we're done. That'll be something to look forward to, I think. So this little guide, you can go to any section that you want using that menu. The two, I guess, that I'm going to pick out here, or the three really, are IBIS World. Now, this is industry information. And I'm not sure that I'm logged in. So, yeah, I guess I am. I tell people, okay, what is an industry? I say, think of companies, businesses, competitors. Companies are going to be in the same line of work, in a sense, that you are. Now, industries are made up of sectors and subsectors and so forth, but looking at the industry as a whole, like that survey, you can say, well, what's the size? What's the sale? How much profits are there? How many businesses are there? Are there major companies? What's the structure of the market? These IBIS World reports, I haven't looked for this report, so don't punish me if I don't get it. So, I'll try confectionery. Oh, look at that, confectionery wholesaling, which I find a little weird. I guess it's subsumed in another. Let's see what. Well, we'll start with this. Just it'll show you the way the reports are structured. Now, again, this is the big picture. So I sort of imagine I'm up in the International Space Station and we're orbiting the Earth. And when we pass over the United States, I can like see the whole continent at one time. That's the big picture, okay? So if I were looking down, I would see all these bakeries and grocery stores, all the places where they might sell my product. These have a standard format. Just I'll highlight a couple of things. One is this definition. So if you look for something and you want to see whether it really is relevant to your particular product, you can look at this definition. Now, this is wholesalers, but this tells you what products they wholesale. And I think several of the products you were talking about are like consumables, right? Confection, specialty drink. So this may well be the industry that you're in. Notice that there's what's called a NAICS code up here. That is just a classification code that Census Bureau uses to classify all the different kinds of business activities. Sometimes, you can oftentimes kind of find the NAICS code where your business fits, but it's a classification system that was initiated back in 1990, so it really can't keep up with everything. All the businesses that have been innovated. Now, this is a little diagram of the supply chain. So I would suggest that you think about your business and how that, how this gets from farm to market, all the different little steps. That's essentially what this supply chain is showing. And, ultimately, consumers. But you see here are distribution channels. And there are probably some that are left out. So this is, who do they buy from? Who do they sell to? So these are suppliers. And we don't go all the way back to the farm. I'm just trying to see if there's crop services. Something else to keep in mind is these reports are oriented toward big industries, many of which are dominated by big companies. So it can be helpful in terms of understanding how the product gets to market, but it may not fit your particular path all that well. Anyway, so I won't go over each of these. This industry at a glance is helpful because it shows you like what's the revenue for this industry. Now this is wholesaling. Unfortunately, I don't see, we probably get retailing, but it may be that there's so many contributors to this that there isn't a simply confectionery, manufacturing, growing, whatever. At any rate, this does give you the big picture. You see the profit margin is pretty low, but if you have a specialty product that people really like, you can probably get a premium price for it. So these are wholesalers, so they're actually only 4,000. You'll see, probably there are tens of thousands of small businesses like you'll have that contribute to this sale of these products. Again, this is the big picture. You can see all of these elements. If you do find one of these reports that's that fits your product well, then it really does a great job of capturing all the elements of the industry. That is, all the kind of facets. We're not going to spend much time on the industry. We'll look at some of the market research sources because I think that's probably where you'll need the most help. Let me mention that, I get all kinds of people. I work with so many different people, with students with these business plan projects and many others that are dealing with so many different products and services that, starting out, I don't know much about it. So we sort of have to learn together, right? And sometimes you have to be fairly creative. I kind of think of that as bespoke market research, because custom made, it's like tailor made. It's a suit or an outfit that is designed just for you and your little niche. So oftentimes, a lot of the things that we might have, like market research reports, they're much broader. You know, they would look at the whole category. So we have to kind of be creative and kind of think, well, how can we get information, even if it's related, maybe we can extrapolate it to our business. Let me ask you, like, I was thinking about it. What distribution channels do you see, like, for example, selling at farmers markets? Would that be one of the channels you're considering?
Grocery stores, farmers markets, small businesses, restaurants, maybe.
And what's your product again?
A wheatgrass shot.
Oh,
So
yeah. Health bars? You know, they have these juice bars and things like, right?
yes, yep, a new juice bar just popped up into Gainesville. So
And what about selling direct from a website where people can put in orders?
yep, Amazon, I guess
Absolutely.
Instagram.
Yeah. Okay. Now, have you, I kind of looked through a little bit of the information that I was sent. And so have you got to the point where you looked at some companies in the business that, you know, they're established, they're operating, maybe you look at their website to see what they're doing? Have you gotten to that? Have you actually gone and looked at some and maybe identified some in the kind of business that you're in?
Yeah, I have. I think most of us have.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is, you know, a lot of these are going to be small companies, right? That I'm thinking of one that made some kind of product. I think it was like a spread, but it was made from something, can't remember anyway. But the point is, they were operating, they had several different flavors. It was all based on a particular ingredient. And so their sales were starting to take off. They were getting some interest from retailers. And so what I'm thinking is, okay, if you can find a company or a number of companies like that, you can see, well, how do they, what are they doing? How do they get started? In some cases, you actually may want to contact the owners, tell them what you're doing, and just ask them if you could speak with them or have a little interview with them, and you know, find out some of the things that they have done that's made them successful. One of the best sources of information are industry insiders, and that's kind of a way to identify some people. And so, you know, not everybody's gonna be open to that. It takes their time, but some will. And so you can email them, for example, just contact them, tell them you'd like a brief 15-minute phone call or something. Those are the kind of models that would be most relevant for you, in my opinion. Now, you actually have some excellent constructors there who know more about that end of the business than I do. What I know is, well, the resources that we have and some techniques for searching to find this kind of information. Let's go ahead and look at I can get back here. This is, okay, I just actually put this guide together and I'll explain what it is. This is, I'm working on a new format for these tutorials. The first part is to profile the market. You can see Statista, we've already kind of looked at that. Maybe we'll do another quick look because it's such a great database. I don't know if probably find something on jerky. Don't know. Is it? Am I spelling it right? Jerky, Jerkey.
Just a Y, no EY.
Oh, just Y. Okay. So you can see that there are tables and graphs. So what Statista does, they cover about 180 industries and tens of thousands of products. They draw information from thousands of sources across the world. This is global. You can restrict it to the US. I'll show you how you do that. So this is a table. There was, what did I want here? Most eaten brands of meat stacks and beef jerky in the United States. What, by the way, what meat is your jerky made out of?
It is beef.
Beef, okay. So this would probably be fairly relevant. You can see there are a lot of national brands, but there are also these store brands. This particular data actually comes from some research that Statista did, and they used MRI Simmons data, which is a big consumer survey. So in this particular case, I mean, we can check the link here, and that one doesn't seem to work for some reason. Oh, okay. I saw some other statistics I thought would be helpful. One of the things they do is they gather these statistics from lots of different sources and they put them together in reports. So you'll see here's one on meat snacks.
This is sensational, by the way,
Oh,
and
good.
so timely. Thank you.
Well, you're most welcome. So here you'll see the table of contents here. They, U.S. sales of meat stacks, retail sales by type, convenience stores, jerky segment. So when they're talking about segments, I guess this in this particular case, this would be different kinds of jerky. Here's sticks. So is yours going to be a stick or what's the?
I'm developing both. So the one I'm developing for this program is like it's whole muscle jerky, so like a traditional beef jerky, but I'm also developing a meat stick as well.
Okay. And then you have this section on consumer behavior. You can see what the trends are in consumption of beef jerky. Now that's just the table of contents. You can actually get the entire report, download it as a PDF or even PowerPoint if you wanted to use some of the slides in a presentation. So this is what it looks like. And it's a 51-page report on meat snacks. Pretty sizable market, right? They also do projections, so I guess they have data for 2019, and at this point, they projected it out to 2022. Whoops. Sticks and stakes. Can't say I really know what that's referring to. Again, you can see the source. We can try to take a look. Oh, here's IRI again. So they're a market research firm that does you will come up with this. I don't know what the story is, whether the company went out of business. So there will be some links, you know, like the road to nowhere, there'll be some links to nowhere. And there will also be links to sources that do require some kind of payment or joining as a member. Oftentimes, there will be some information there that you don't have to pay for. But other times you'll be able to get a whole report like we saw earlier from a leading national association with a report conducted by a major market research firm. If I get back here. I have to close some of these. Guerrilla marketing. Well, sorry about that. I have to close some of these tabs. I get lost. Anyway, you get the basic idea, I hope. You can go to Statista. It's like a gold mine of data on a very broad range of industries, products, markets. It's global, but you can refine it to just the United States. You can actually find charts that you can download. Download as PDFs or image files, or even you can download the data into Excel. And then you can also find these reports that put together stats from a lot of different sources on the topic. And one of the most valuable things, certainly from a librarian's point of view, is the links to sources. So for a couple of, one is it even has citations. So it has actual citations to the table that, for example, a student doing a project has to cite the sources. And in this case, you can cite them in different formats. But you can also use the links to oftentimes go out and find a lot more information about the topic. You can find out, like there's a Confectioners Association. I'm not surprised there is, but I didn't know the name of it or what they do exactly. But we got a pretty up-to-date report on this market segment. Those are the main things about Statista. Keep in mind that you need to try different terms, combinations of terms. A lot of times when I'm starting out, I really don't know, let's say, the common jargon used in the industry to describe it. So I kind of stumble around, and hopefully I'll find some keywords that get me some results. That's actually kind of brings up a little minor point, is when you're doing these searches, if you find something that's relevant, pay close attention to the language and see if there's particular terms that are used to describe the market or the type of businesses or the segment, because they can help you then when you're searching other sources. Yeah. I'll go back to home base, get back to the market research guide. Now, we also do have market research reports. You know, it's a selection. For consumer markets, Mintel is a good source. Did I may have to go and revise that link. There's also a link over here. We'll use this for now. This one should work. Okay, these are for academic research. We'll maybe stress that definition a little bit. You're just learning how to do this for a course, right? At any rate, these are reports conducted by a reputable market research firm, actually covers markets all over the world. And I have no idea if they have anything on jerky, but we can certainly try. Salty snacks. You think that would be possibly relevant? Oh, wait. So this is a particular brand. Let's just see what we get here. So this gives you an overview. You can see that each one of these links are covered. So there's an executive summary. This kind of gives you the overview of this segment. They do their own surveys and they have projections. So this is looking at salty snacks in general, but still it covers a lot of consumer behavior. So that would be important to, you know, what kind of consumers consume most of the salty snacks, what, you know, the demographics, age, income, ethnicity, gender. Here you go. So this would be meat snacks. That would be your category. Here's IRI, comes up again. It gives you the sources of data that they use. Growth opportunity and appealing to millennials. I'm a baby boomer. Are there any millennials in the crowd? Any, what was it?
Like barely.
I'm trying to think of what, you know, there was what? Generation X, baby boomers, Generation X, millennials, Generation Y or Z. And all it refers to is kind of a range of years when you were born. By generation. So here you go. Any salty snack. Here you go. Generation Z, Generation X or older and older. So I could look up what the ages are, but we'll let that go for now. Yeah, pork rinds, meat snacks. So that would be the category. So this, there is some information in Mintel that might be helpful for you. They also have these, you can get the full report. Let's just take a quick look at that. So this is an 81-page report on salty snacks. Table of contents shows you what's in the report. So again, this is kind of on a large scale, but one thing this does have is some of the consumer demographics. Okay, so you can get some actual data on who consumes salty snacks. Probably do it for some of the other products that you're developing, the other people are developing, and reason that they are eating salty snacks, salty who, what generation eats the most, and a lot of other characteristics. So, so in my mind, anyway, this would be relevant. Certainly worth downloading and looking at later. I also have these infographics, which can be kind of cool. This just takes some of the illustrations.
Sir, you can search condiments or drinks on this too?
Well, we can certainly search it. A lot of times you don't know what you're going to find until you try. So what would you like to try searching?
I know that a lot of people are doing like juice drinks. I know Tori and Linka are doing hot sauces.
Oh, okay. Let's try hot sauce. Now, keep in mind, it may also be under some other names. It's crazy. I just got this phone yesterday. I've not given the number out to anybody, and the spammers are already calling it. Don't see anything precisely on it, although it may be discussed somewhere in here. I'll bet that Statista has data. Give that a try. All right, so. Okay, so right away I'm getting, oh, okay, sauces and spices report. So probably that's the category, broader category. There's a report there. Hot sauce sales in the US. What, 1.65 billion? Notice that the survey was from Ibis World and Statista. That's who's doing the estimates. Total sales of hot sauce in the US with a forecast for 2022. Now this is a report on the segment. And these do look at global markets. So typically they'll have some information on the, depending on the product, they'll have maybe even global sales or European sales. But you can focus on the US. Let's just see what this is. Segment revenue. You see the consumer insights. Worldwide revenue. These are the big companies. All right, so you're going to be selling in Japan and Switzerland eventually, right? I would not have thought, I mean, those were not the first two companies that would have come to my mind. It's people who consume the most hot sauces. Pretty good growth rate here. And this one may be focused primarily, might make it into Africa eventually. So this does look like it's oriented toward global markets. So anyway, and that's just one that we looked at. We certainly look at others. You can also look for brands, like competing brands. And sometimes you'll find reports on that, and it'll deal with, you know, what their total sales are, where they, you know, sources of their sales. A lot of times they'll have some consumer behavior data. You have to kind of glean what you can. Okay, just sort of looking around. This has some market research reports. This is kind of hit or miss. Sometimes you'll find something right on your topic. Many times you won't, but you know, it's worth. Let's go a little broader and say meat, snacks, or even snacks. It's not really generational food shopping. Anyway, this is another database to take a look at. So what I've tried to do here in these, picking out these market research sources is put together, these are all databases we subscribe to and pay money for, dealing with markets in some way or other. BCC Research, they're more into science, technology, engineering. So their specialization work deals with media, advertising, and these are sources to research consumers. You'll find a lot of information in news articles, and you can research the companies. Now, I can say that most of these databases do focus on the big companies, so it may or may not be helpful. I use Google every day, but I would recommend the CRAP test. And basically what a librarian came up with the acronym, and librarians often in their information literacy, they try to help students understand how to evaluate sources of information. And the CRAP stands for currency, relevance. So is the information current? Like from a decade ago? Even that can be useful, but obviously you're going to want more recent information. Relevance, really, that means is it relevant to your particular interest? The authority of the source. Now, this is really an important one, especially when you're looking at sources on the internet. If it comes from one of these associations that are kind of one of the standard associations for that type of business, then I have confidence that the information is credible. Accuracy, obviously, and the purpose refers to some extent to who is it written for? What's the audience? The general public, people in the industry. For scholarly research, you're going to be dealing with researchers. And I do warn about fake market research. You can put, I have a ready example, but you can put in almost any product or service with the term market research. I think it's out in the dark. Meat. There. And these are what, a lot of these are what I call fake market research. There are tons of companies that put out these reports claiming that they can essentially give you almost everything you want. You can see the prices. So first of all, you're not going to buy them, the library's not going to buy them. But aside from that, there are some indicators that how credible the report source is, and one of which is, okay, so if you go to this company, Transparency Market Research, and they give you all of these trademarks, but you know, anybody can pull trademarks off the internet. So that doesn't necessarily mean one of the indicators here is how broad, how many markets do they cover? The reputable market research firms specialize. So they're not covering all the markets. They also do not really put out press releases. And marketing strategy for many of these companies is to put out press releases to all the different news services. And some of these reporters must be lazy, because a lot of times they'll just pick up whatever information is in the press release and state it like, this market is expected to grow to X billion dollars in the next 5 years. You can see how many, the more, fair to say, the more markets they cover, the less credible they are. And there are actually a lot of these firms are based in, I don't know how you say it, Pune, India. And they're like these research mills. They just crank these things out. They have a format. They scrape information from the web, put it in these nice looking reports that seem to answer every question you might have. And then stick kind of these ridiculous prices on them. Anyway, from our point of view, you need to be careful in terms of, well, first of all, we're not going to buy them, but also many of them are simply not credible. They make up the number. Another feature is, no matter what market it is, it's always going to have a high growth rate. After all, who's going to pay $5,000 for a report that says the market's in decline? However, so that's the thing with Google. It's a wonderful, tremendous resource, but it also can lead you down the wrong path. And for lots of different reasons, including companies like this that are just making up these reports and trying to get a lot of money for them. Okay. I don't know if how much I'm telling you has made sense, but maybe we'll pause there. And do you have some specific questions you'd like to ask?
I have a question about just in general, like what, let's say, because we're all farmers in this group, and let's say like what trends are happening with new products from farmers, for example. Like it could be any product, but what are the growing trends amongst farmers, small farmers?
Oh, that's a good question. And in some of these reports, you'll find that, but also you can do searches in other sources like, we didn't really talk about it, but if you look at news, for example, Factiva is a database that provides access to thousands of different full text of thousands of different publications, including the Wall Street Journal, and top newspapers, trade journals. So let's just try. Never know what you're going to get. Let's just try jerky. Maybe go back and say beef jerky,
Or maybe
meat snacks.
like kind of like what Alice was saying, just curiosity about the trends for the industry. It seems like a lot of us, when we were doing our local market research, were showing that people were interested in healthier products or sustainable products. So that's kind of something I was wondering about too.
Yeah.
Same here. I was like more the farm to fork type stuff.
Well, I do know that there is a big trend toward healthy eating. And you will find that in some of the reports. You'll certainly we'll just see if we get something quickly here. Food trends, healthy. If we get anything. Now, sometimes you'll get too much. You can put a phrase in quotes, and it should restrict the results to records that actually have these terms, this phrase. And not exactly. Sometimes you wonder why you get certain results. So this is one that's actually searching the full text of the records. And it is challenging sometimes to come up with the right way to search it. This is maybe put in food, snacks.
Or small farmer food trends. I don't know.
Okay.
Somebody can think of something better.
You can certainly try it.
Small farm or small farmer farm to table, or
it would be niche, probably niche crop would probably be a good term. Niche marketing or something.
Yeah, I don't know. We're not doing too great. Probably my fault. Now, I will mention that, let's see here. For all the fact that we do subscribe to all of these expensive databases, a lot of times I'll go to Google News and find some pretty good references. So let's just try that in terms of jerky. You'll get a lot of this. Best beef jerky, turkey store closes, Thai beef jerky, Good.
I saw that
Recall.
recall thing looked interesting. Like in some other state, but that would be interesting to see if we had any food recalls in Florida that would affect anybody in our class.
And notice that it's Listeria, I guess, which is is that a bacteria? I think it is, but okay, USDA found Listeria sample jerky recalls in 8 states. These are the companies.
So I know that everyone would probably agree with me that this is absolutely amazing, and we know we're just scratching the surface. I did want to give a quick time check and let you know that in about 8 minutes, we need to do our preview for next week's activity.
Oh, sure.
Before
Yeah, I
we
don't
have
want to take up all your time.
Oh, no, you're great. We're loving this. I think if anything, everyone's going to want to set up like hours and hours with you. I know I keep wanting to read the articles as you're going through them. So I think that this has been wonderful.
Now let me show you a little trick that has helped me track the research. Like I mentioned, I work with so many different people with so many different topics, many of which I don't know much about to begin with. And we do a lot of searches. We'll come across something that looks interesting. But how can I grab it and look at it later? I don't want to stop searching. So there's a little extension called MyBib that will generate properly formatted citations that you can cut and paste into your notes. And like I have some notes set up for Farm2Food. And I have a section for references. I can just copy, paste it in here. It's got the URL so that I can easily go back and find it later. And you can also save it to a project. So if I think I'm going to have a substantial number of references, I'll start a new project. I'll call it Farm2Food. And I have an account, so I should. Anyway, in this case, I'm actually going to just download this again, but this time I'm going to save it into my new project. And then I can go back to it at any time. So it's free. You can set up a free account, go get the extension for whatever browser you use, and then you can download you can create a little reference, paste it into your notes, or start a project like this. And then you'll be able to go back and find this material. Also, if you use it, you have a properly formatted citation that you can put in if you're writing a paper, for example. There's something else I was kind of hoping. Let's see. I'll do I'm going to put in meat snacks because that's the broader category. We get a lot of these recalls, I guess. Meat trends. Let's see what that is. This is actually in Great Britain. So yeah, I was hoping. We'll see.
You know, that's actually a hot topic because you got people pro meat and anti meat. That's a really hot topic.
Yeah, right. India. So this is another one of these probably what I call fake market research reports. Okay, honey. Yeah, so what I'm sort of, oh, Meat Stack Innovation Accelerated. Let's see what this is. Food business news. So this is probably you'll notice that even though they require a subscription, a lot of times you can get some articles at no cost. Like they'll give you up to 3. And this talks about innovation in meat snacks. So that would be relevant to somebody bringing a new product. That's an innovation if it's a new product with different characteristics. Oh, you can even get a slideshow. I really don't want to register right now. Protein snacks. So that's another, okay, so I was talking about looking for words and phrases. So protein snacks would be another good phrase to use when you're searching. And, you know, this is pretty brief, but again, I can grab this reference very easily, save it to my project, and then I can come back and look at it later. It may or may not be useful, but I don't have to spend a lot of time trying to figure that out right now. Let's just try healthy eating.
Peter, I hate to do this, but after this search, we're gonna have to send them to
No,
you
no,
individually, if that's all right.
No, that's fine. So anyway, you know how to get in touch with me. You know, feel free to make an appointment. I enjoy working with people on their projects, and we have to put our heads together because a lot of times there's no easy answer.
Yeah.
All right,
as you guys
I'm done. I'm not going to talk anymore.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you so
time.
much, Peter.
You're
As
That's a
welcome.
you
lot of
guys can tell-
information. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Peter.
Yeah,
This is
Okay.
amazing. Thank you.
thank
Okay,
you
you're
so
welcome.
much, Peter. As you guys can tell, he's an awesome resource. And you should definitely make that appointment like right away. This stuff will help you with your customer personas, really backing them up with research, letting you know if that's a viable core customer. It'll help you understand trends that are important to that core customer that you can apply to your packaging and your value proposition. So there's a lot of really useful things in here. And that's just like a tiny piece of what you can use to apply to your product. So please, Peter obviously loves this stuff. And
let me just mention that I have worked with a number of students from this class, maybe last year, the year before, and we had a lot of fun. So, you know, you're certainly welcome to make an appointment, and I learn a lot, and then usually we make some kind of progress on the finding information you need.
I already
give it a
made my
try.
appointment with you, Monday, 3 o'clock.
Okay, great. All right, guys, I'll leave and I'll leave you to it. Nice meeting you all.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
Bye.
All right, everybody. So That was awesome.
This is a little tricky because you made me a host. I'm just
wait,
gonna put this
don't-
on my
no, yeah.
taskbar.
Wait.
I won't
Yeah,
close the
can you-
meeting.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we've had that happen before where they shut
No, I
down,
won't
where
close
the
the meeting.
speaker.
I'll just leave it open, but yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
bye now.
Bye. All right, everyone. So obviously that was wonderful. I really, really hope you utilize Peter and make your one-on-ones, because that information is will like rocket your research forward and your product forward. For the people who joined late, we have been able to set up Kevin to help people one-on-one establish their costs for their product and figure out their budget. He is probably going to do 2 meetings with each of you. If you could, he's going to send available time slots, but he would like to know if mornings, afternoons, or evenings are better for you, so he knows how to send those time slots. So if you haven't already, if you could put in the chat if you're available mostly in mornings, afternoons, or evenings, that would really be helpful. Pam, Pat, Seta, maybe Erica, morning. Okay, great. Hang on just a second. Okay, so great. So with that, I wanted to introduce this next week. I know I didn't put it in the weekly email. That's because this one requires some explanation. This is a choose your own adventure type week that we're heading into again. And what, Peter, would you mind muting yourself? No. Okay. So this is a choose your own adventure type week. This is developing your formula and lab testing. So for developing your formula, it's about taking your recipe and turning it into a repeatable formula. So it's looking at changing things to weight and other factors that you want to consider. So if you ever do in the future want to go to a co-packer, you have something that is in a language that they will understand. And this is just really important too, to create a repeatable process for yourself. So you'll want to also work on a process flow chart. We have an example one in the module. The official activity is to make cookies or salsa to illustrate the concepts of it being necessary to write down very specific instructions. You do not have to make cookies or salsa. You really, really need to read the articles, and you need to focus on writing down your recipe as a formula and mapping out your process. If you haven't done that, that's critical. We need you all to do it. We understand that it will change over time, but you need to get something down on paper so we can start really documenting what that process looks like and what those different ingredients look like. The lab testing module, you'll watch videos that show you the different labs, how they run them, why they run them. I will be perfectly honest, the curriculum was created with the idea that, because it was created for Oregon and Washington, that for this week, they would send in labs, samples of their products to a lab to get it tested. And that's covered in their grant. You guys get the marketing support, which is awesome. I think I would prefer the marketing support. So you don't get to send in your labs. So the activity for that one is a little funky. It's just kind of look through where you're at and come up with an action plan on how you fill in those gaps. So I would suggest really this week, just focus on writing down your formula and making a process flow chart. That's so, you know, you have access to both the modules, but those are, I'm going to tell you, scrap the official activities and make that your activity. So with that, does anyone have questions, or does anyone want me to say that again?
The lab testing, so we do that on our own then, right?
So yes, you will need to do lab testing to get your product ready for market. That is something that you'll need to do, because you'll need to establish pH, bricks, water activity. Those are important things to understand for food safety and other reasons, and for inspectors. Not all products will need all three of those tests, but those are three of the most common tests that need to be run. So for instance, like dried herbs and like a dried tea might not need all of those. But it's still important for you all to understand all three of those tests and the importance of them. There is
Katie.
Oregon.
Katie,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
Yeah.
to interrupt. Can you repeat the 3 types of tests that we need? I didn't catch all of that.
Yeah, so it will be in the lab testing article. It's
Okay,
bricks, which is sugar,
okay.
water activity, and pH. And I am not a food chemist.
Right.
Make that very clear. So I don't know much more than what's in the article. So,
Okay, thank you.
we did recently with Oregon, Washington, and Nevada have the instructor go through the process of writing out an Excel folder, like spreadsheet, to switch over a recipe, I think it was for chocolate chip cookies, to a formula. I'm going to try to cut that presentation and send it to you guys. It will take a little bit of time, but I think you would really find it useful to watch him do that. And we ask him questions as he's going. So I'm going to work on that for you. But yes, just document your recipes, please, using the article as your guide and your process flow chart. And make an appointment with Peter. Also, next week, we are having our live discussion cover developing your formula, but it's mostly going to focus on consumer testing. The reason for that, usually we have our live discussion about the module at the end, but we're doing it at the beginning because consumer testing needs an introduction. It needs an expert introduction before you go ahead and do it. So we have Dr. Sims with the University of Florida. He's going to join us next week. He's great. He was here last time, has some really wonderful points about consumer testing, and will answer your questions. We also have AHA Pure Foods coming to talk about their journey in product development and answer questions. So next week is an awesome week. Please, please, please try to be here. And with that, I am done with my announcements. Does anyone have any questions or anything I can help with? No? Okay. Well, I hope everyone has a wonderful week. If you need anything at all, you know where to reach us. And I will see you all next week.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Make sure this is uploaded for recording real quick. Repeat.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Trying.
We'll see.
Hello, Moto.
Yeah. Okay. All right, bye. Ah, Jesus Christ.
Both in our technology side.
How to set up your Motorola G for the first time. Now, if you have already fully charged your phone, you can press on the power button beside it.
Hey, everybody, Sam back once again. Yes, we just unboxed it. So now for those people that are first getting one,
Yeah. Can't find the settings. Crazy, man.
Verizon Business Unlimited is going ultra. Get more, like Manning, event planning with our best plan ever. Yes. Hello, in this video, I'm going to be showing you the phone settings on the Motorola Moto G. Now, most people would find the settings and then go through there and spend a few moments searching before they realize that on the Moto G, it's not actually in settings. So let's go back to the home menu and the home screen. Now, it's actually found in the phone application. In the phone application, I'm just on the main user interface where all the favorites and contacts that you call often are. And there is 3 boxes to the bottom right-hand side of the display. I'm going to give that a tap and it brings up a pop-up menu. Settings can be found there. So I just go ahead, tap settings. Now here are my settings. I can change the ringtone. You can do that in settings in these devices sound as well. Vibrate when ringing. I want
Oh. Billy, get out.
what, he said, that he gave me his phone. No, he said, I don't know, he said, what the fuck? Well, he said he gave it. I don't remember that, but, I just bring it in, so here's the car, I guess. You didn't have it on the way back? You didn't have it looking on the way back? It's about school. You never have it. Okay.